Hey there, folks! What's up? Welcome to my channel. Before you doze off watching this video, do me a quick favor. Hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any new content. It's super quick and painless, I promise. While you're at it, smash that like button. Just one click and you'll make my day a whole lot brighter. And to top it off, drop a comment below telling me what you think. It can be anything, even just a ZZZ if you're already nodding off. Now you can relax and enjoy the video. If you fall asleep, no worries, at least you've done your part. Thanks a bunch, and sweet dreams. I mean, enjoy the video. The Johnson family packed their bags and loaded up their trusty old minivan, ready to embark on their annual camping trip to the remote mountains. John, the father, double-checked the map and the camping gear, ensuring they had everything they needed for a week of outdoor adventures. Sarah, the mother, prepared a cooler full of delicious food and snacks to keep everyone happy and energized throughout the trip. Emma and Ethan, the 12-year-old twins, bounced with excitement in the back seat. "I can't wait to go hiking and explore the woods," Emma exclaimed, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. "And don't forget about the s'mores," Ethan chimed in, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm going to roast the perfect marshmallow this year." Sarah turned around from the passenger seat and smiled at her children. "Remember, kids, this trip is not just about having fun. It's also a chance for us to spend quality time together as a family, away from all the distractions of everyday life." John nodded in agreement. "Your mom's right. We've been so busy lately with work and school that we haven't had much time to just be together. This week is going to be all about us, enjoying each other's company and making memories." As they drove further into the mountains, the scenery changed from bustling city streets to winding roads flanked by tall, majestic trees. The air grew crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers. Emma and Ethan pressed their faces against the windows, marveling at the breathtaking views. After a few hours of driving, John steered the minivan onto a bumpy dirt road that led to their secluded campsite. The family worked together to set up their tents and organize their supplies. Emma and Ethan enthusiastically helped their parents, eager to start their adventure. Once everything was set up, the family gathered around the campfire, roasting hot dogs and sharing stories. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on their faces as they laughed and reminisced about past camping trips. "Remember when Ethan tried to catch a fish with his bare hands?" Emma giggled, poking her brother playfully. Ethan rolled his eyes but couldn't help smiling. "Hey, I almost had it. It just slipped away at the last second." John chuckled and ruffled Ethan's hair. "That's the spirit, son. Never give up, even when things get tough." As the night grew darker and the stars twinkled overhead, Sarah pulled out the ingredients for s'mores. The twins eagerly roasted their marshmallows, competing to see who could achieve the perfect golden brown hue. "Mine's definitely better," Emma declared, proudly holding up her marshmallow. Ethan shook his head. "No way! Look at mine, it's evenly toasted on all sides." Sarah intervened, placing a graham cracker and a piece of chocolate on each of their marshmallows. "They both look delicious to me." The real magic of s'mores is in the combination of all the flavors. The family savored their gooey, sweet treats, relishing in the simple pleasure of being together in the great outdoors. As the embers of the campfire slowly died down, John pulled out his guitar and began strumming a gentle melody. "Gather round, everyone," he said softly. "Let's sing a little something before we turn in for the night." The Johnsons huddled closer, their voices blending together in harmony as they sang campfire songs under the starry sky. Emma and Ethan leaned against their parents, feeling safe, loved, and content. Little did they know that their peaceful family moment was just the calm before the storm. In the morning, a discovery in the woods would lead them on a magical, life-changing adventure. But for now, the Johnsons simply enjoyed each other's presence, unaware of the incredible journey that awaited them. As the last notes of their song faded into the night, John and Sarah exchanged a loving glance. They knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, their family's bond would always be their greatest strength. With that comforting thought, the Johnson family drifted off to sleep, their hearts full of love and their minds eager for the adventures to come. The sun peeked through the trees, casting a warm glow on the Johnson family's campsite. Emma and Ethan woke up early, eager to start exploring the surrounding woods. They quietly slipped out of their tent, careful not to wake their parents, and set off on a morning hike. "Look at all these cool rocks," Emma exclaimed, picking up a smooth, oval-shaped stone from the ground. "I bet we could find some awesome fossils out here." Ethan nodded, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. "Yeah, and maybe we'll even spot some wildlife. I read that these mountains are home to deer, foxes, and even bears." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the twins marveled at the towering trees and the lush, green undergrowth. The air was filled with the chirping of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. It felt like they had stepped into a whole new world, far away from the hustle and bustle of their everyday lives. Suddenly, Emma stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening. "Ethan, look," she whispered, pointing to a small opening in the side of a rocky hillside. "I think that's a cave." Ethan squinted, trying to get a better look. "Wow, you're right. Let's check it out." The twins approached the cave entrance cautiously, their hearts pounding with excitement and a touch of fear. The opening was just big enough for them to squeeze through, and as they stepped inside, they were enveloped by a cool, damp darkness. "It's really dark in here," Emma murmured, her voice echoing off the cave walls. "Maybe we should go back and get a flashlight." But before they could turn around, a soft, pulsing glow caught their attention. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they realized that the cave was filled with crystals of various colors and sizes, each one emitting a mesmerizing luminescence. "Whoa," Ethan breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Emma shook her head, her eyes wide with amazement. "No, never. It's like something out of a fantasy movie." The twins slowly made their way deeper into the cave, their feet crunching on the rocky ground. The crystals seemed to hum and vibrate with energy, casting an otherworldly glow on their faces. Emma reached out and gently touched a shimmering blue crystal, gasping as a tingling sensation ran up her arm. "They feel almost alive," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. Ethan nodded, carefully examining a cluster of green crystals. "I wonder how they got here. And why are they glowing like this?" As they explored further, the twins discovered that the cave was much larger than they had initially thought. Winding passages and hidden chambers seemed to stretch on endlessly, each one filled with more glowing crystals. It was like a magical labyrinth, beckoning them to uncover its secrets. "We should take some of these back to show Mom and Dad," Emma suggested, carefully selecting a few small crystals and placing them in her backpack. "They'll never believe what we found." Ethan hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "I don't know, Em. Maybe we should leave them here. What if they're important or something?" Emma shrugged, her excitement overriding her brother's concerns. "We'll just take a few small ones. It's not like anyone will miss them." With their backpacks now containing a handful of glowing crystals, the twins made their way back to the cave entrance. As they emerged into the sunlight, blinking and squinting, they couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration and wonder. "That was incredible," Emma grinned, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I can't wait to show these to Mom and Dad." Ethan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Yeah, they're going to be so surprised. But let's keep this our little secret for now, okay? I want to see their reactions when we show them." The twins hurried back to the campsite, their minds racing with the incredible discovery they had just made. Little did they know that the crystals they carried held a power beyond their wildest dreams, and that their magical adventure was only just beginning. As Emma and Ethan reached the campsite, they couldn't contain their excitement. They burst into their parents' tent, startling John and Sarah awake. "Mom, Dad, you won't believe what we found," Emma exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Sarah rubbed her eyes, slowly sitting up. "What's going on, you two? What did you find?" The twins exchanged a grin, and Ethan reached into his backpack, pulling out a handful of glowing crystals. We found a hidden cave in the woods, and it was filled with these amazing crystals. John's eyes widened as he stared at the shimmering stones. Whoa, those are incredible. I've never seen anything like them before. Emma carefully placed her crystals on the ground, arranging them in a circle. And that's not all. Watch this. She reached out and gently touched the blue crystal she had selected earlier. As her fingers made contact, the crystal began to pulse with a soft light, and suddenly, Emma felt a strange sensation wash over her. She gasped as a nearby rock slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. Emma, how are you doing that? Sarah asked, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern. I think it's the crystal, Emma stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. When I touch it, I can make things move with my mind. Ethan quickly grabbed his green crystal, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he held it in his hand, he noticed a small bird perched on a nearby tree branch. Suddenly, a voice filled his mind, and he realized he could understand the bird's chirping. Guys, I can hear what the bird is saying. Ethan exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. The crystal is letting me communicate with animals. John and Sarah exchanged a worried glance, unsure of what to make of their children's newfound abilities. They carefully examined the crystals, turning them over in their hands. This is incredible, John murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. But we need to be careful. We don't know what these crystals are capable of or where they came from. Sarah nodded, placing a comforting hand on the twins' shoulders. Your dad's right. As amazing as these powers seem, we need to use them responsibly. Over the next few days, the Johnson family experimented with the crystals, discovering the unique abilities each one granted. John found a red crystal that gave him super strength, while Sarah's yellow crystal allowed her to create small, controlled flames. The twins were thrilled with their newfound powers, using them to make their camping experience even more exciting. Emma used her telekinesis to set up the tent and gather firewood, while Ethan used his animal communication skills to befriend a curious squirrel and a wise old owl. However, as the days passed, John and Sarah began to notice a change in their children's behavior. Emma and Ethan became increasingly reliant on their crystal powers, using them for even the simplest tasks. One evening, as the family sat around the campfire, Sarah decided to address her concerns. Emma, Ethan, I know these powers are exciting, but I worry that you're using them too much. It's important to remember that we can still do things the old-fashioned way. Emma frowned, clutching her blue crystal tightly. But why should we, Mom? These crystals make everything so much easier. I don't see why we can't use them all the time. Ethan nodded in agreement, his green crystal glowing softly in his hand. Yeah, and think of all the cool things we can do with them. We're like superheroes now. John sighed, shaking his head. That may be true, but with great power comes great responsibility. We need to be careful not to let these crystals change who we are or make us forget the importance of hard work and doing things for ourselves. As the conversation continued, the family began to realize that the crystals, while initially exciting, could also be a source of tension and temptation. They knew they would have to find a way to balance the use of their powers with the values they held dear, or risk losing sight of what truly mattered. Little did they know that their magical journey was far from over and that the crystals would soon lead them on an adventure that would test their strength, unity, and wisdom in ways they never could have imagined. As the Johnson family continued to explore the wonders of their magical crystals, they found themselves increasingly drawn to the power and convenience they provided. Emma and Ethan, in particular, were eager to test the limits of their newfound abilities, often using them for even the most mundane tasks. One morning, as the family prepared for a day of hiking, Emma decided to use her telekinesis to pack her backpack. With a simple flick of her wrist, she sent her clothes, snacks, and water bottle floating through the air and into her bag. Emma, you know you could have easily packed that yourself, Sarah chided gently, watching her daughter with a mixture of amusement and concern. Emma shrugged, a mischievous grin on her face. But why bother when I can do it with my mind? It's so much faster this way. Ethan, not to be outdone, used his animal communication skills to convince a nearby rabbit to bring him his hiking boots. The furry creature hopped over to the tent, nudging the shoes with its nose until Ethan picked them up. "Thanks, little buddy." Ethan grinned, giving the rabbit a quick scratch behind the ears. John, who had been watching the exchange, shook his head. "Kids, I know it's fun to use your powers, but remember what we talked about. We shouldn't rely on them too much." But the twins were too excited to listen, their minds already racing with ideas for how they could use their crystals throughout the day. As the family set off on their hike, Emma and Ethan continued to find ways to incorporate their powers into their activities. When they reached a steep incline, Emma used her telekinesis to lift herself and her family to the top, saving them the trouble of climbing. Ethan, meanwhile, struck up conversations with the various animals they encountered along the way, learning about hidden trails and the best spots to find delicious berries. Even John and Sarah found themselves giving in to the temptation of their crystals. When they stopped for lunch, John used his super strength to easily gather a large pile of firewood, while Sarah used her flame powers to start a roaring campfire in seconds. As the day wore on, however, the family began to realize that their reliance on the crystals was starting to take away from the true joy of their camping experience. Instead of enjoying the beauty of nature and the satisfaction of overcoming challenges together, they were simply using their powers to make everything easy and effortless. Later that evening, as they sat around the campfire, John decided to broach the subject. "You know, I've been thinking about our crystals and how we've been using them lately." Emma looked up from the marshmallow she was levitating over the fire. "What do you mean, Dad?" John sighed, trying to find the right words. "I know it's been fun to have these powers, but I worry that we're starting to rely on them too much. We're missing out on the simple pleasures of doing things together as a family." Sarah nodded in agreement, her yellow crystal glinting in the firelight. "Your father's right. Today, we hardly broke a sweat because we used our powers for everything. It felt like we were cheating, in a way." Ethan frowned, considering their words. "But what's the point of having these cool abilities if we don't use them? Isn't that why we took the crystals in the first place?" "Yes, but we need to find a balance," John explained. "We can still use our powers when we really need them, but we shouldn't let them replace the importance of hard work, perseverance, and teamwork." As the family discussed the issue, they began to realize that their crystals, while amazing, could also be a double-edged sword. They knew they would have to be more mindful of when and how they used their powers, or risk losing sight of the values that held them together. Emma and Ethan, though initially resistant, slowly came to understand their parents' perspective. They agreed to be more selective in their use of the crystals and to focus on enjoying their camping trip as a family, powers or not. As the conversation wound down and the embers of the campfire began to fade, the Johnsons realized that their magical journey was not just about the wonders of the crystals, but also about the lessons they would learn along the way. They knew that the true strength of their family lay not in their individual abilities, but in their love, support, and unity. With this newfound understanding, the Johnsons looked forward to the rest of their camping trip, eager to embrace the challenges and joys that lay ahead, both with and without the aid of their magical crystals. Despite their parents' cautions, Emma and Ethan found it increasingly difficult to resist the allure of their magical crystals. As the days passed, the twins began to use their powers more frequently, often in ways that pushed the boundaries of responsibility. One afternoon, while the family was playing a friendly game of capture the flag, Emma decided to use her telekinesis to give herself an advantage. She effortlessly levitated the flag out of her opponent's grasp and floated it directly into her hands. "Hey, that's not fair," Ethan protested, watching his sister with a mixture of admiration and frustration. "You can't use your powers during the game." Emma smirked, tossing the flag from hand to hand. "Why not? It's not like there are any official rules against it. Besides, it's just a bit of fun." Sarah, overhearing the exchange, stepped in. "Emma, your brother's right. Using your powers to win the game goes against the spirit of fair play. It's important to challenge yourself and play by the same rules as everyone else. Reluctantly, Emma agreed to play without her powers, but the incident was just one of many that highlighted the twins' growing reliance on their crystals. Ethan, too, found himself using his animal communication abilities for his own benefit. When it was his turn to gather firewood, he convinced a group of squirrels to collect the sticks for him, leaving him free to lounge by the campfire. John, noticing his son's lack of effort, pulled him aside. "Ethan, I know it's tempting to use your powers to make things easier, but it's important to remember the value of hard work. Gathering firewood may not be the most exciting task, but it's a responsibility we all share." Ethan sighed, kicking at the ground. "I know, Dad. It's just, why should I bother doing it the hard way when I can get the animals to help me?" "Because," John explained patiently, "relying on others to do your work for you, even if they're willing, isn't a sustainable way to live. It's important to develop your own skills and take pride in your own accomplishments." As the days wore on, the tension between the twins and their parents grew. Emma and Ethan became increasingly defensive of their crystal use, arguing that their powers made life more convenient and exciting. One evening, the situation came to a head when Sarah discovered that Emma had been using her telekinesis to cheat at card games, levitating the cards she needed to win. "Emma, I'm disappointed in you," Sarah said, her voice filled with concern. "Cheating, whether with powers or not, is never acceptable. It's a breach of trust and goes against the values we've tried to instill in you." Emma's face flushed with shame, but she quickly became defensive. "It's not a big deal, Mom. It's just a silly game. Besides, it's not like I'm hurting anyone." Ethan, who had been using his animal communication to spy on his parents' conversations, chimed in. "Yeah, and it's not like you and Dad never use your powers for your own benefit. Just yesterday, I saw Dad using his super strength to open a stubborn pickle jar." John and Sarah exchanged a troubled glance, realizing that their own occasional misuse of the crystals had not gone unnoticed by their children. "You're right," John admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "Your mother and I haven't always set the best example. We've let ourselves get carried away with the convenience of our powers, too." Sarah nodded, reaching out to take Emma and Ethan's hands. "But that doesn't make it okay. We all need to be more mindful of how we use these crystals and the impact our actions have on others and ourselves." As the family talked late into the night, they began to realize that their magical adventure had taken a turn they hadn't anticipated. The crystals, while initially a source of wonder and excitement, had slowly begun to erode the very values they held dear: honesty, integrity, and the importance of earning one's achievements. They knew that if they didn't find a way to balance the temptation of their powers with the strength of their principles, they risked losing not only the true magic of their family bond but also the essence of who they were. With heavy hearts and a renewed sense of purpose, the Johnsons resolved to confront the challenges ahead, knowing that the path forward would require not just the power of their crystals, but the power of their love, wisdom, and unity as a family. As the Johnsons grappled with the growing tension caused by their crystal powers, the once peaceful atmosphere of their camping trip began to unravel. Emma and Ethan, still resistant to their parents' advice, continued to push the boundaries of their abilities, while John and Sarah struggled to find a way to rein in their children's behavior. One morning, as the family was preparing for a day of fishing at a nearby lake, Emma used her telekinesis to pack the entire car in a matter of seconds. While her parents were initially impressed by her efficiency, they quickly realized that her actions had deprived the family of the opportunity to work together and share in the simple joys of the task. "Emma, we appreciate your help," John said, his voice strained with patience, "but part of the fun of camping is working together as a family. When you use your powers to do everything, it takes away from that experience." Emma rolled her eyes, her teenage defiance flaring. "But why should we waste time doing things the hard way when I can do it so easily? It just doesn't make sense to me." Sarah placed a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. "It's not about doing things the hard way, sweetheart. It's about learning the value of teamwork, effort, and appreciation for the little things. When we work together, we grow closer as a family." Ethan, who had been listening to the exchange, chimed in. "I kind of get what they're saying, Em. remember how much fun we used to have packing the car together? Seeing who could fit the most bags in the trunk, playing car Tetris, it was like a game." Emma paused, considering her brother's words. A flicker of nostalgia crossed her face, but it was quickly replaced by a stubborn resolve. "That was before we had these powers. Things are different now. We don't need to do things the old way anymore." As the day progressed, the tension between the twins and their parents only grew. At the lake, Ethan used his animal communication abilities to summon a school of fish, making the sport of fishing feel like a mere formality. John, frustrated by his son's actions, tried to explain the importance of patience and the thrill of the catch, but Ethan remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Emma used her telekinesis to create a floating platform in the middle of the lake, where she sunbathed and read a book, ignoring her family's invitations to join them on the shore. As the sun began to set and the family prepared to head back to camp, Sarah finally reached her breaking point. "Enough," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "I can't watch you two lose yourselves to these powers any longer." John stepped forward, his expression a mix of love and concern. "Your mother's right. We've tried to be patient and understanding, but we can't stand by and watch you sacrifice your values and our family bond for the sake of convenience." Ethan, taken aback by his parents' outburst, looked down at his green crystal. "But these powers are a part of us now. We can't just ignore them." Sarah knelt down, taking her son's hand in hers. "We're not asking you to ignore them, sweetheart. We're asking you to use them wisely and responsibly. To remember that true strength comes from within, not from a magical crystal." Emma, her eyes glistening with tears, stepped forward. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I guess we got carried away. It's been so exciting to have these abilities. I didn't mean to hurt our family." John wrapped his arms around his daughter, holding her close. "We know, Emma. We've all been tempted by the power of the crystals. But we have to remember what's truly important: our love for each other and the values that guide us." As the family embraced, the weight of their magical burden seemed to lift, if only for a moment. They realized that the path forward would not be easy, but they knew that by standing together and holding fast to their principles, they could overcome any challenge. With a renewed sense of purpose, the Johnsons made their way back to camp, determined to find a way to harness the power of the crystals for good and to strengthen the bonds that held them together. They knew that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the glowing stones, but in the love and wisdom they shared as a family. As the Johnsons settled into their tents for the night, the weight of the day's events hung heavy in the air. Emma and Ethan, still grappling with their parents' words, found themselves unable to sleep. The soft glow of their crystals cast eerie shadows on the tent walls, a constant reminder of the power that had both enchanted and divided their family. Ethan rolled over, his green crystal clutched tightly in his hand. "Em," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rustling of leaves outside. "Are you awake?" "Yeah," Emma replied, her voice heavy with emotion. "I can't stop thinking about what Mom and Dad said. Do you think they're right? Have we been using our powers too much?" Ethan sighed, staring up at the tent ceiling. "I don't know. I mean, it's been so much fun having these abilities. But I guess we have been relying on them a lot lately." Emma propped herself up on her elbow, her blue crystal pulsing softly in the darkness. "I just don't understand why it's such a big deal. If we have these powers, why shouldn't we use them?" "Maybe it's not about whether we can use them," Ethan mused, "but how we use them. Dad always says that with great power comes great responsibility." Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud clap of thunder, followed by the steady patter of rain on the tent. The twins sat up, their eyes wide with surprise. "I thought the weather was supposed to be clear all week," Emma said, a hint of worry in her voice. As if in response, a gust of wind shook the tent, and the rain intensified, pelting the nylon walls with a fierce intensity. The twins scrambled out of their sleeping bags, their hearts racing. "We should check on Mom and Dad," Ethan said, reaching for his flashlight. But as they unzipped the tent flap, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. The once peaceful campsite was now a swirling mess of wind and rain, the trees bending and swaying under the force of the storm. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the eerie landscape in flashes of white. "Mom! Dad!" Emma shouted, her voice barely audible above the howling wind. But there was no response. The twins looked at each other, fear etched on their faces. They knew they had to find their parents, but the thought of venturing out into the raging storm filled them with dread. Ethan gripped his crystal tightly, a sudden idea forming in his mind. What if we use our powers to get through the storm? I could ask the animals for help, and you could use your telekinesis to shield us from the wind and rain." Emma hesitated, her parents' words echoing in her mind. But as another bolt of lightning tore through the sky, she knew they had no choice. "Okay," she said, her voice trembling. "But we have to be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with out there." Hand in hand, the twins stepped out into the raging storm, their crystals glowing brightly against the darkness. Ethan reached out with his mind, searching for any animals that could guide them to safety. But to his surprise, he found only silence. It was as if the storm had driven every living creature into hiding. Emma, meanwhile, focused her energy on creating a telekinetic shield around them, deflecting the wind and rain. But as they pushed deeper into the forest, the storm seemed to intensify, battering against her mental defenses with a relentless fury. "I don't know how much longer I can keep this up," Emma shouted, her face contorted with effort. Ethan squeezed her hand, his own crystal pulsing erratically. "Just a little further, Em. We have to find Mom and Dad." But as they pressed on, the storm only grew stronger, and their crystals began to flicker and fade. The twins realized with a sinking feeling that their powers, once so reliable, were now failing them in their moment of need. Lost and powerless, Emma and Ethan clung to each other as the storm raged around them, the full weight of their reliance on the crystals crashing down upon them. They knew that they would have to rely on their own wits and strength to find their way back to their parents and the safety of their camp. As the night wore on and the storm showed no signs of abating, the twins huddled together under a large tree, shivering and scared. They realized that their magical adventure had taken a dangerous turn and that they would need more than just the power of the crystals to find their way home. With a newfound appreciation for the true source of their strength, their love for each other and their family, Emma and Ethan steeled themselves for the challenges ahead, knowing that the greatest magic of all lay within their own hearts. As the storm raged on, Emma and Ethan huddled together under the meager shelter of a large oak tree. The once comforting glow of their crystals had faded, leaving them feeling vulnerable and alone in the darkness. The wind howled through the branches, and the rain pounded against the ground, turning the earth beneath their feet into a muddy quagmire. Emma shivered, her teeth chattering as she pulled her jacket tighter around her body. "Ethan, I'm scared," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the roar of the storm. "What if we can't find Mom and Dad? What if something happens to them?" Ethan wrapped his arm around his sister, trying to offer what little comfort he could. "We can't think like that, Em. We have to stay positive. Mom and Dad are smart and resourceful. They'll be okay." But even as he spoke the words, Ethan couldn't help but feel a gnawing sense of doubt. The storm had come on so suddenly, and their powers had failed them so completely. It was as if the crystals had abandoned them in their moment of need. As the night wore on, the twins tried to keep their spirits up by sharing stories and memories of their family. They talked about the time they had gone camping in the backyard, how Dad had told scary stories around the campfire, and Mom had made the most delicious s'mores. They remembered the road trips they had taken, the silly games they had played in the car, and the laughter that had filled the air. But as the hours ticked by and the storm showed no signs of abating, the twins' conversation began to take a different turn. They started to reflect on their recent behavior, on how they had let the power of the crystals change them. "I've been so selfish lately," Emma admitted, her voice heavy with guilt. "I've been using my powers to make things easier for myself, without thinking about how it affects everyone else. I've been cheating at games, and using my telekinesis to avoid chores. I feel horrible about it now." Ethan nodded, his own eyes filled with remorse. "I've been doing the same thing. I've been relying on the animals to do things for me, instead of doing them myself. I've been spying on Mom and Dad, and using my powers to get out of trouble. It's not right." As they spoke, the twins began to realize that their magical adventure had taught them a valuable lesson. The crystals had given them incredible powers, but those powers had come at a cost. They had started to lose sight of what was truly important: their family, their values, and their own sense of self. "I think Mom and Dad were right," Emma said, her voice barely a whisper. "We need to be more responsible with our powers. We need to use them to help others, not just ourselves." Ethan nodded, his eyes shining with a new determination. "And we need to remember that our real strength comes from within, not from some magical crystal. We're Johnsons, after all. We're tough, and we stick together no matter what." As if in response to their newfound resolve, the storm began to subside. The wind died down, and the rain slowed to a gentle patter. The twins looked up, their eyes widening in surprise as they saw the first hints of dawn peeking through the clouds. "Look, Em," Ethan said, pointing to the horizon. "The sun is coming up. We made it through the night." Emma smiled, her heart swelling with relief and gratitude. "We did, didn't we? And we did it together, just like we always do." As the twins emerged from their shelter, they saw a familiar figure stumbling towards them through the underbrush. It was their father, his clothes muddy and torn, but his face alight with joy and relief. "Emma! Ethan!" he cried, gathering his children into a fierce hug. "Thank goodness you're all right. Your mother and I have been searching for you all night." As the family reunited, the twins knew that they had learned a valuable lesson. The crystals had given them a taste of power, but it was the love and strength of their family that would guide them through any storm. And as they set off together to find their mother and make their way back to camp, they knew that the true magic of their adventure was just beginning. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over the damp and battered campsite, the Johnson family gathered around the remnants of their fire pit. Emma and Ethan, still shaken from their harrowing night in the storm, clung tightly to their parents, finding comfort in their embrace. Sarah, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and concern, gently stroked her children's hair. "I'm so glad you two are safe," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "When the storm hit and we couldn't find you, we feared the worst." John nodded, his own face etched with worry. "We searched all night, calling your names and hoping against hope that you had found shelter. What happened out there?" Emma and Ethan exchanged a glance, their eyes heavy with the weight of their experiences. They knew that they had to be honest with their parents about the role their crystal powers had played in their ordeal. "We tried to use our powers to get through the storm," Ethan admitted, his voice low and filled with regret. "I thought I could ask the animals for help, and Emma tried to use her telekinesis to shield us from the wind and rain. But it didn't work. The storm was too strong, and our crystals started to fail." Emma nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. "We realized that we had been relying on our powers too much, and when we needed them most, they let us down. We were lost and scared, and we didn't know what to do." Sarah and John listened intently, their hearts aching for their children. They knew that the allure of the crystals had been strong, and they understood the temptation to use their powers for personal gain. But they also knew that true strength and resilience came from within, not from any external source. "I'm sorry," Emma said, her voice barely a whisper. "We should have listened to you when you warned us about using our powers responsibly. We got carried away, and we lost sight of what was really important." John placed a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. "It's okay, sweetheart. We all make mistakes, and what matters is that we learn from them. Your mother and I are just so relieved that you're both safe." As the family sat together, sharing their stories and their tears, they began to realize that their magical adventure had taught them a valuable lesson. The crystals had given them incredible powers, but those powers had come at a cost. They had started to lose sight of their own inner strength and the importance of relying on each other in times of need. "I think we need to return the crystals to the cave," Ethan said, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. "They're not meant for us, and we don't need them to be happy or to face challenges together." Emma nodded, her own eyes shining with determination. Ethan's right. We have everything we need right here, in our family. We're stronger together than any magic could ever make us. Sarah and John looked at their children with pride, their hearts swelling with love and admiration. They knew that the decision to give up the crystals would not be an easy one, but they also knew that it was the right thing to do. We're so proud of you both, Sarah said, her voice filled with emotion. Giving up the crystals is a brave and selfless choice, and it shows just how much you've grown and learned from this experience. As the family gathered their belongings and prepared to make the trek back to the Crystal Cave, they knew that they were embarking on a new chapter in their adventure. One that would be guided not by the power of magic, but by the strength of their love and unity. And as they set off together, hand in hand, they knew that they could face any challenge that lay ahead, as long as they had each other. For the true magic of their journey lay not in the glowing crystals, but in the unbreakable bonds of family that would guide them through any storm. As the Johnson family made their way through the forest, their hearts were heavy with the weight of their decision. The crystals that had once seemed like a magical blessing had now become a burden, a reminder of the lessons they had learned the hard way. Emma and Ethan held their parents' hands tightly, drawing strength from their love and support. As they walked, John couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought them to this moment. You know, he said, his voice thoughtful, when we first found those crystals, I thought they were going to be the answer to all our problems. I thought they would make our lives easier, more exciting. But I realize now that I was wrong. Sarah nodded, her own eyes filled with a newfound wisdom. We all got caught up in the thrill of having powers, she said, her voice gentle. But we forgot that the real magic of our family has always been our love for each other, our strength in the face of adversity. The crystals could never give us that. As they walked, the family began to share their own insights and reflections on their experiences. Emma talked about how the crystals had made her feel powerful and special, but also how they had made her lose sight of what was truly important. Ethan spoke about how he had used his animal communication powers to avoid responsibility, and how he now realized that true strength came from facing challenges head-on. John and Sarah listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride at the growth and maturity their children were displaying. They knew that the decision to give up the crystals was not an easy one, but they also knew that it was the right thing to do. As they approached the entrance to the Crystal Cave, the family paused, taking a moment to gather their thoughts and their courage. They knew that once they stepped inside, there would be no turning back. Are you ready? John asked, his voice steady and strong. Emma and Ethan nodded, their eyes shining with determination. We're ready, they said in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. And with that, the family stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. They knew that the path forward would not be easy, but they also knew that they had the strength and the love to overcome any obstacle. As they made their way deeper into the cave, the crystals began to glow more brightly, as if sensing their presence. The family held hands tightly, drawing strength from each other as they approached the heart of the cave. And there, in the center of the cavern, they found the source of the crystal's power, a shimmering pool of energy that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The family knew that this was the moment of truth, the moment when they would have to let go of the crystals and the power they represented. One by one, Emma and Ethan stepped forward, placing their crystals into the pool. As they did so, they felt a strange sensation wash over them, a feeling of release, of letting go of something that had once seemed so important, but now felt like a distant memory. Sarah and John watched with pride as their children made their choice, knowing that they were witnessing a moment of true growth and transformation. And as the last crystal sank beneath the surface of the pool, the family knew that they had made the right decision. They stood together in the silence of the cave, the only sound the gentle lapping of the water against the rocky shore. And in that moment, they knew that they had found something far more valuable than any magical power, the unbreakable bond of family, the love that would guide them through any storm. As they made their way out of the cave and back into the sunlight, the Johnsons knew that their adventure was far from over. But they also knew that they had the strength and the wisdom to face whatever lay ahead, as long as they had each other. And so, with hearts full of love and eyes shining with hope, the family set off on the next chapter of their journey, ready to embrace the magic of the ordinary, and the extraordinary power of togetherness. As the Johnsons emerged from the crystal cave, blinking in the bright sunlight, they felt a sense of peace and contentment wash over them. They had faced their greatest challenge and emerged stronger, wiser, and more united than ever before. But little did they know that their journey was far from over. As they made their way back to the campsite, a strange figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. It was an old man, his face weathered and his eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, and addressed the family with a gentle smile. "Well done, Johnsons," he said, his voice rich and melodious. "You have passed the test of the crystals and proven yourselves worthy of their true power." The family exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise and confusion. "Who are you?" John asked, his voice cautious but curious. The old man chuckled, his laughter echoing through the trees. "I am the guardian of the crystal cave," he said, his voice filled with a quiet authority. "I have watched over the crystals for generations, waiting for those who are pure of heart and intention to find them." Emma and Ethan stepped forward, their eyes shining with excitement. "But what do you mean, we've passed the test?" Emma asked, her voice eager. "We gave up the crystals, didn't we?" The old man nodded, his smile widening. "Yes, you did. And that is precisely why you have proven yourselves worthy. The true power of the crystals lies not in the abilities they grant, but in the wisdom and strength of those who wield them." Sarah and John listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride at their children's accomplishments. They knew that the lessons they had learned on this journey would stay with them forever, guiding them through the challenges that lay ahead. "But what happens now?" Ethan asked, his voice filled with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. "Are the crystals gone forever?" The old man shook his head, his eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. "No, my dear boy. The crystals are not gone, but rather transformed. They have become a part of you, a reminder of the strength and wisdom you have gained on this journey." As he spoke, the old man reached into his pocket and withdrew 4 small, glowing amulets. He handed one to each member of the family, his eyes shining with a quiet pride. "These amulets are a symbol of your growth and transformation," he said, his voice filled with a gentle authority. "They will guide you on your path, reminding you of the lessons you have learned and the love that binds you together." The Johnsons took the amulets reverently, their hearts swelling with gratitude and wonder. They knew that this was a moment they would never forget, a turning point in their lives that would shape their future in ways they could never have imagined. As they turned to thank the old man, they found that he had vanished, as mysteriously as he had appeared. But his presence lingered in the air, a reminder of the magic and wonder that had brought them to this moment. And so, with hearts full of love and eyes shining with hope, the Johnsons set off on the next chapter of their journey, the amulets glowing softly at their throats. They knew that the path ahead would not be easy, but they also knew that they had the strength and the wisdom to face whatever lay ahead, as long as they had each other. As they walked back to the campsite, Emma turned to her family, her eyes shining with a newfound wisdom. "I think I understand now," she said, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. "The real magic was inside us all along. The crystals just helped us to see it." And with those words, the Johnsons knew that they had found something far more precious than any magical power: the unbreakable bond of family, the love that would guide them through any storm, and the strength to face whatever lay ahead, together. As the Johnsons made their way back to the campsite, the old guardian's words echoed in their minds. The revelation that the crystals had been created eons ago by an ancient civilization to teach wisdom to those who found them was both humbling and awe-inspiring. The family couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny, as if their entire journey had been leading up to this moment. "I can't believe it," Sarah said, her voice filled with wonder. "All this time, we thought the crystals were just a source of power, but they were really a test of our character." John nodded, his eyes shining with a newfound understanding. "And to think, only those pure of heart and intention can unlock their true potential. It's like something out of a fairy tale." Emma and Ethan walked alongside their parents, their amulets glowing softly in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the trees. They could feel the weight of the guardian's words settling on their shoulders, a responsibility that was both daunting and exhilarating. But what does it mean, to unlock the true power of the crystals? Ethan asked, his brow furrowed in thought. The Guardian said it requires great strength to walk away from the temptation of personal gain. Is that what we did when we returned them to the cave? Emma nodded, her eyes shining with a quiet determination. I think so. We realized that the power of the crystals was nothing compared to the power of our love for each other. We chose family over magic, and that's what made us worthy. As they walked, the family continued to discuss the implications of the Guardian's revelations. They marveled at the idea that an ancient civilization had possessed such advanced wisdom and foresight, creating a system that would endure for generations to come. It's humbling, isn't it? Sarah said, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. To think that we're just a small part of a much larger story, a legacy that stretches back farther than we can even imagine. John wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, his eyes shining with love and pride. And to think, our children are now a part of that legacy. They've proven themselves worthy of the crystal's true power, and that's something that will stay with them forever. As they approached the campsite, the Johnsons were surprised to find that everything had been mysteriously cleaned up and packed away, as if by magic. Their tent was neatly folded, their belongings carefully arranged, and a small fire crackled invitingly in the center of the clearing. Did the Guardian do this? Emma asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Ethan shrugged, a grin spreading across his face. Maybe. Or maybe it was the animals, thanking us for returning the crystals to their rightful place. The family laughed, the tension of the past few days melting away in the warmth of the flickering flames. They sat around the fire, their amulets glowing softly in the gathering dusk, and shared stories of their incredible adventure. As the night wore on and the stars began to emerge in the velvety sky above, the Johnsons knew that they had been forever changed by their experience. They had learned the true meaning of family, of love, and of the power that comes from within. And as they drifted off to sleep, their amulets pulsing gently against their chests, they knew that they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For they had proven themselves worthy of the crystal's true power, and that was a gift that would guide them through all the days of their lives. I love you all so much, Sarah whispered, her voice thick with emotion as she gathered her family close. And I'm so proud of the people you've become. We love you too, Mom, Emma and Ethan chorused, their voices filled with a fierce devotion. And with those words, the Johnsons knew that they had found something far more precious than any magical power, the unbreakable bond of family, the love that would guide them through any storm, and the strength to face whatever lay ahead, together. As the Johnsons prepared to leave the campsite and return to their everyday lives, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and longing. The magical world of the Crystal Cave had opened their eyes to a new way of seeing things, a perspective that had forever changed them. But they also knew that the lessons they had learned would stay with them always, guiding them through the challenges and triumphs that lay ahead. As they packed up their belongings and loaded them into the car, the family's amulets glowed softly in the early morning light. They had become a constant reminder of their incredible journey, a symbol of the strength and wisdom they had gained along the way. I almost can't believe it's over, Emma said, her voice wistful as she gazed out over the misty forest. Part of me wishes we could stay here forever, in this place where magic is real and anything is possible. Ethan nodded, his eyes shining with a quiet understanding. But we have to go back, Em. We have to take what we've learned here and use it to make the world a better place. That's the whole point, isn't it? John and Sarah exchanged a proud glance, marveling at the maturity and insight their children had displayed throughout their adventure. They knew that the legacy of the Crystal Cave would live on through them, shaping their lives in ways they could never have imagined. The Guardian said that by returning the crystals and choosing family over magic, we proved ourselves worthy, Sarah said, her voice filled with a quiet conviction. And I believe him. I think we were meant to find those crystals, meant to learn the lessons they had to teach us. John wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, his eyes shining with love and admiration. And we did learn those lessons, didn't we? We learned that true strength comes from within, that the power of love and unity is greater than any magic. And we learned that we're capable of so much more than we ever dreamed possible. As the family climbed into the car and began the long drive home, they knew that they were leaving a piece of themselves behind in the crystal cave. But they also knew that they were taking something far more valuable with them: a renewed sense of purpose, a deeper appreciation for the simple joys of life, and an unbreakable bond that would guide them through whatever lay ahead. "Do you think we'll ever come back here?" Ethan asked, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Emma smiled, her eyes shining with a quiet confidence. "I think we will, someday. But even if we don't, we'll always have the memories of this place, and the lessons it taught us. That's something no one can ever take away." As the miles flew by and the forest gave way to rolling hills and sprawling fields, the Johnsons knew that they were ready to face the world anew. They had been tested and proven worthy, and they had emerged stronger, wiser, and more united than ever before. And as they drove on, their amulets glowing softly against their chests, they knew that the magic of the crystal cave would always be with them, a constant reminder of the incredible journey that had changed their lives forever. "I love you all so much," John said, his voice thick with emotion as he glanced in the rearview mirror at his family. "And I'm so grateful for this adventure we've had together. It's shown me just how lucky I am to have you in my life." "We love you too, Dad," Emma and Ethan chorused, their voices filled with a fierce devotion. As the crystal cave receded into the distance, the Johnsons drove on in contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the incredible journey they had just experienced. The amulets they now wore served as a constant reminder of the profound lessons they had learned and the unbreakable bond they shared as a family. Emma absently traced the intricate patterns on her amulet, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "It's kind of crazy, isn't it?" she mused, breaking the silence. "Just a few days ago, we were so caught up in the excitement of having magical powers. But now, those powers seem so insignificant compared to what we've gained." Ethan nodded, his eyes shining with a newfound wisdom. "It's like the Guardian said, the true magic was never in the crystals themselves. It was in the lessons they taught us, the strength we found within ourselves and each other." Sarah reached back and squeezed her children's hands, her heart swelling with love and pride. "And those are the things that will stay with us, long after the glow of the crystals has faded. The wisdom to make the right choices, the courage to face our challenges head-on, and the love that binds us together." John smiled, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I have a feeling that this is just the beginning of a new chapter for us. We've been given an incredible gift, and it's up to us to use it wisely." As the miles melted away and the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the Johnsons fell into easy conversation, sharing their favorite moments from the trip and dreaming about the adventures that lay ahead. They talked and laughed, their voices filled with a newfound sense of joy and purpose. When they finally pulled into the driveway of their home, the family sat for a moment, savoring the bittersweet feeling of an incredible journey coming to an end. But as they stepped out of the car and stretched their legs, they knew that the magic of the crystal cave would live on in their hearts and minds, guiding them through all the days of their lives. "Home sweet home," Emma sighed, breathing in the familiar scent of freshly cut grass and blooming flowers. Ethan grinned, slinging an arm around his sister's shoulders. "It looks the same, but somehow everything feels different. Like we're seeing it with new eyes." Sarah nodded, her gaze drifting to the amulet that rested against her heart. "That's because we are different. We've grown and changed in ways we never could have imagined." John wrapped his arms around his family, his voice thick with emotion. "And we've done it together, as a family. That's the real magic, the real power that will guide us through whatever challenges come our way." As the Johnsons made their way inside, their amulets glowing softly in the fading light, they knew that they were ready to embrace the next chapter of their lives. They had been tested and proven worthy, and they had emerged stronger, wiser, and more united than ever before. And though the crystal cave was now just a memory, the lessons it had taught them would endure, shaping their lives and their legacy for generations to come. For they had learned that true magic lies not in the possession of power, but in the wisdom to use it for good, the courage to face one's fears, and the love that binds us all together. As they settled back into the familiar routines of daily life, the Johnsons carried the magic of the crystal cave with them, a constant reminder of the incredible journey that had changed their lives forever. And they knew that no matter what the future held, they would face it together, as a family, guided by the unbreakable bond of love and the enduring power of the human spirit. In the weeks and months following their incredible adventure, the Johnsons found themselves settling back into the familiar rhythms of daily life. School, work, and the countless mundane tasks that filled their days gradually replaced the excitement and wonder of the Crystal Cave. But even as the glow of their magical journey began to fade, the family held fast to the lessons they had learned and the unbreakable bond they had forged. Emma and Ethan returned to school, their amulets tucked safely beneath their shirts. At first, they worried that the magic of their adventure would be lost amidst the chaos and drama of teenage life. But as they navigated the hallways and classrooms, they found that the wisdom and strength they had gained in the Crystal Cave stayed with them, guiding them through even the toughest challenges. One afternoon, as Emma sat in the cafeteria picking at her lunch, she overheard a group of girls gossiping about a classmate. Their words were cruel and biting, filled with the kind of casual meanness that can shatter a young heart. Emma felt her amulet pulse warmly against her skin, a gentle reminder of the compassion and kindness she had learned to embrace. Without a second thought, she stood up and walked over to the girl who was the target of the gossip, a shy and quiet student named Lily. "Hey, Lily," Emma said, sliding into the seat beside her. "I couldn't help but overhear what those girls were saying, and I just wanted to tell you that it's not true. You're an amazing person, and you don't deserve to be talked about like that." Lily looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, Emma," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "That means a lot to me." Emma smiled, her amulet glowing softly beneath her shirt. "Anytime. And if you ever need someone to talk to or hang out with, I'm here for you." As the two girls chatted and laughed, the cruelty of the gossip faded away, replaced by the warmth and comfort of newfound friendship. Emma knew that this was the true magic of the Crystal Cave, the power to connect with others and make a difference in their lives. Ethan, too, found himself drawing on the lessons of the Crystal Cave as he navigated the challenges of adolescence. When a group of his friends decided to skip school and pressure him to join them, he felt the familiar tug of temptation. But as his fingers brushed against the smooth surface of his amulet, he remembered the importance of making wise choices and staying true to his values. "Sorry, guys," he said, shaking his head. "I can't skip school. It's not right, and it's not who I am." His friends grumbled and rolled their eyes, but Ethan stood firm, knowing that he had made the right decision. And as he walked to class, his amulet pulsing gently against his chest, he felt a sense of pride and purpose that he had never known before. As the months passed and the seasons changed, the Johnsons continued to draw strength and guidance from their amulets and the lessons of the Crystal Cave. They faced challenges and triumphs, heartaches and joys, but through it all, they remained united by the unbreakable bond of family and the enduring power of love. And though the magical world of the Crystal Cave seemed like a distant dream, the Johnsons knew that its legacy lived on in the choices they made and the lives they touched. For they had learned that true magic lies not in the possession of power, but in the wisdom to use it for good, the courage to face one's fears, and the love that binds us all together. As they looked to the future, the Johnsons knew that they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the enduring magic of the human spirit and the unbreakable bond of family. And they knew that no matter where life took them, they would always carry the lessons of the Crystal Cave in their hearts, a constant reminder of the incredible journey that had changed their lives forever. As the years passed and the Johnsons grew older, the memories of their incredible adventure in the Crystal Cave never faded. The amulets they wore served as a constant reminder of the lessons they had learned and the unbreakable bond they shared as a family. But as time went on, they couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the magical place that had changed their lives forever. One evening, as the family gathered around the dinner table, John brought up a curious news article he had stumbled upon. "Did you hear about the strange occurrence in the mountains where we went camping all those years ago?" he asked, his eyebrows raised in intrigue. Sarah looked up from her plate, her interest piqued. "No, what happened?" John leaned forward, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret. Apparently, a group of hikers reported that the entrance to a hidden cave had been completely sealed off by a massive rock slide. They said it seemed to happen overnight, with no warning or explanation. Emma and Ethan exchanged a knowing glance, their amulets glowing softly in the warm light of the dining room. "You don't think?" Emma began, her voice trailing off as her mind raced with possibilities. "It has to be the crystal cave," Ethan finished, his eyes wide with realization. "But why would it suddenly be sealed off like that?" Sarah sat back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Maybe it's the old guardian's way of protecting the crystals, now that they've served their purpose with us. Perhaps he knew it was time for the magic to be hidden away, waiting for someone else to learn from it someday." John nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Or maybe the cave itself decided it was time to rest, to keep its secrets safe until the world is ready for them again." As the family pondered the mysteries of the crystal cave, they couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and awe for the incredible journey they had experienced. They knew that the magic of the cave had not only changed their lives but had also given them the tools to navigate the challenges and triumphs of the years that followed. Emma turned to her parents, her eyes shining with emotion. "Do you think we'll ever see the guardian again? To thank him for everything he taught us?" Sarah reached across the table and squeezed her daughter's hand, her amulet pulsing gently against her skin. "I have a feeling that he knows, sweetheart. And even if we never see him again, his lessons will stay with us forever." Ethan grinned, his own amulet glowing brightly in response. "And who knows? Maybe someday, when the world needs it most, the crystal cave will reveal itself again, ready to guide a new generation of adventurers." As the Johnsons continued to share stories and memories of their magical journey, they knew that the legacy of the crystal cave would live on through them. They had been chosen to learn its secrets, to grow and change in ways they never could have imagined. And now, it was their turn to carry that wisdom forward, to use it to make the world a better place. Years might pass and the world might change, but the magic of the crystal cave would endure, a testament to the power of family, love, and the unbreakable bond of the human spirit. And as the Johnsons looked to the future, they knew that they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the enduring lessons of their incredible adventure. For they had learned that true magic lies not in the possession of power, but in the wisdom to use it for good, the courage to face one's fears, and the love that binds us all together. And with that knowledge, they knew that anything was possible, as long as they held fast to the unbreakable bond of family and the enduring power of the human heart. As the years turned into decades, the Johnsons never forgot the incredible lessons they had learned in the crystal cave. The amulets they wore served as a constant reminder of the wisdom, strength, and love they had gained on that fateful camping trip. And as they navigated the joys and sorrows of life, they found that the magic of the cave continued to guide them, shaping their choices and their paths in profound and unexpected ways. Emma, now a young woman with a family of her own, often found herself reaching for her amulet in times of stress or uncertainty. Whether she was struggling with a difficult decision at work or trying to comfort her children through a tough time, she drew strength from the warm, gentle pulse of the crystal against her skin. One afternoon, as she watched her daughter Isabella play in the backyard, Emma noticed a sad, distant look in the little girl's eyes. She knelt down beside her, her amulet glowing softly in the sunlight. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Emma asked, brushing a strand of hair from Isabella's face. Isabella sighed, her lower lip trembling slightly. "There's a new girl in my class, and she's being bullied by some of the other kids. They make fun of her clothes and her accent, and I don't know what to do." Emma felt a surge of empathy and understanding, remembering the countless times she had faced similar challenges growing up. She took Isabella's hand, her amulet pulsing gently against their intertwined fingers. "I know it's hard to see someone being treated unfairly," Emma said, her voice soft and reassuring. "But you have the power to make a difference, just by being kind and standing up for what's right. Remember, true strength comes from within, and the greatest magic of all is the love and compassion we show to others." Isabella looked up at her mother, her eyes wide with wonder. "Like the magic of the crystal cave?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Emma smiled, her heart swelling with love and pride. "Exactly like that, my darling. The lessons of the cave are a part of us, a part of our family. And as long as we hold fast to those lessons, we can face anything that comes our way. As Isabella nodded, her face brightening with newfound courage, Emma knew that the legacy of the Crystal Cave would live on through her children, just as it had lived on through her and Ethan. Ethan, too, found himself drawing on the wisdom of the cave as he navigated the challenges of adulthood. As a teacher, he often encountered students who were struggling or lost, unsure of their place in the world. And in those moments, he would touch his amulet, reminding himself of the incredible journey that had shaped his own life. One day, after a particularly difficult class, Ethan found himself in conversation with a student named Max, who was feeling overwhelmed and discouraged. "I just don't know if I have what it takes," Max said, his voice heavy with self-doubt. "No matter how hard I try, it never seems to be enough." Ethan placed a hand on Max's shoulder, his amulet glowing softly in the fluorescent light of the classroom. "Listen, Max," he said, his voice filled with compassion and understanding. "I know it's easy to get caught up in the idea that we have to be perfect, that we have to have everything figured out. But the truth is, the greatest strength comes from embracing our imperfections, from learning and growing through our challenges." Max looked up at Ethan, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. "You really think so?" Ethan smiled, his amulet pulsing gently against his chest. "I know so. And I also know that you have everything you need to succeed, right here," he said, pointing to Max's heart. "The magic, the power, the wisdom, it's all within you. You just have to trust in yourself and in the people who love and support you." As Max nodded, his face brightening with newfound determination, Ethan knew that he had passed on a small piece of the Crystal Cave's legacy. And in that moment, he felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose, knowing that he was helping to shape the next generation of adventurers and dreamers. Years might pass and the world might change, but the magic of the Crystal Cave would endure, a testament to the power of family, love, and the unbreakable bond of the human spirit. And as Emma and Ethan watched their own children grow and learn, guided by the enduring lessons of their incredible adventure, they knew that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom they shared, the unbreakable bond that would guide them through all the days of their lives. As Emma and Ethan grew older, the lessons of the Crystal Cave became more than just cherished memories, they became a fundamental part of who they were, shaping their lives and their relationships in profound and beautiful ways. The amulets they wore served as a constant reminder of the incredible journey they had shared as a family, and the unbreakable bond that had been forged in the heart of the magical cave. Now, as they watched their own children grow and start families of their own, Emma and Ethan knew that it was their turn to pass on the wisdom and love they had gained all those years ago. They knew that the challenges and triumphs of life would test their children just as they had been tested, but they also knew that the strength and resilience they had discovered within themselves would guide them through even the darkest of times. One evening, as the extended family gathered for a reunion, Emma found herself sitting beside her granddaughter Lily, who was cradling her newborn son in her arms. The baby cooed softly, his tiny fingers curling around the glowing amulet that hung from Lily's neck. "I never take it off," Lily said, smiling down at her son. "It's a reminder of the love and strength that runs through our family, of the incredible story that brought us all together." Emma nodded, her own amulet pulsing gently against her skin. "And now, that story continues with you and your little one," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "The magic of the Crystal Cave lives on through all of us, through the choices we make and the love we share." Lily looked up at her grandmother, her eyes shining with gratitude and understanding. "I hope I can be half the mother you and great-grandma Sarah have been," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to give my son the same love and wisdom that you've given all of us." Emma reached out and touched Lily's cheek, her amulet glowing brightly in the warm light of the room. "You already are, my darling," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "Every time you hold your son, every time you comfort him and guide him, you're passing on the legacy of the Crystal Cave. And as long as you hold fast to that legacy, as long as you trust in the power of love and family, you'll never be alone." As Lily nodded, tears of joy and gratitude streaming down her face, Emma knew that the magic of the Crystal Cave would endure, just as it had endured through the generations of their family. Across the room, Ethan was deep in conversation with his grandson Liam, who was facing a difficult decision about his future. Liam had always dreamed of being a writer, but he was worried that he didn't have what it took to succeed in such a competitive field. "I'm scared, Grandpa," Liam admitted, his voice heavy with self-doubt. "What if I fail? What if I'm not good enough?" Ethan placed a hand on Liam's shoulder, his amulet pulsing gently against his chest. "Let me tell you something, Liam," he said, his voice filled with wisdom and compassion. "The greatest failure in life is not trying at all. The magic of the crystal cave taught me that true strength comes from within, from having the courage to face our fears and chase our dreams, no matter how impossible they might seem." Liam looked up at his grandfather, his eyes wide with wonder. "But how do I know if I have that kind of strength?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ethan smiled, his amulet glowing softly in the dimly lit room. "You already do," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "It's in your blood, Liam. It's the same strength that brought our family through the challenges of the Crystal Cave, the same courage that has guided us through every trial and triumph since. And as long as you hold fast to that strength, as long as you trust in yourself and in the love of your family, there's nothing you can't accomplish." As Liam nodded, his face brightening with newfound determination, Ethan knew that he had passed on a small piece of the Crystal Cave's legacy. And in that moment, he felt a profound sense of pride and purpose, knowing that the magic of the cave would live on through his grandson, just as it had lived on through him and Emma. Years might pass and the world might change, but the lessons of the Crystal Cave would endure, a testament to the power of family, love, and the unbreakable bond of the human spirit. And as Emma and Ethan looked around the room at their children and grandchildren, each one wearing an amulet that glowed with the soft, steady light of the crystals, they knew that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom they shared, the unbreakable bond that would guide them through all the days of their lives. As the years turned into decades and the decades into generations, the story of the Johnson family and their incredible adventure in the Crystal Cave became the stuff of legend. The amulets they wore were passed down from parent to child, from grandparent to grandchild, each one a glowing reminder of the wisdom, strength, and love that had been forged in the heart of the magical cave. And though the cave itself had long since been lost to the mists of time, its legacy endured, shaping the lives and destinies of the Johnson family in ways they could never have imagined. The lessons of the cave, the power of love, the strength of family, the courage to face one's fears and chase one's dreams, became the guiding principles of their lives, the foundation upon which they built their futures. One warm summer evening, as the extended family gathered for their annual reunion, the air was filled with the soft, gentle glow of the amulets, each one pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of its wearer. Children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, all came together to share stories and memories, to celebrate the incredible journey that had brought them all together. As the night wore on and the stars twinkled overhead, the family gathered around the fire pit, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. And as they told the story of the Crystal Cave, the story that had been passed down through the generations, each one added their own special touch, their own piece of the incredible tapestry that was their family history. "And so," said old Ethan, his voice rich and resonant in the stillness of the night, "the Johnsons emerged from the Crystal Cave, forever changed by the magic they had encountered there. They had learned that true strength comes from within, that the power of love and family can overcome any obstacle, and that the greatest adventures are the ones we share with the people we hold most dear." Beside him, Emma nodded, her amulet glowing softly in the firelight. "And though the cave itself was lost," she said, her voice filled with wonder, "its magic lived on through the amulets we wear, through the lessons we pass on to our children and grandchildren. The Crystal Cave may be gone, but its legacy endures, a testament to the incredible power of the human spirit." As the family listened, their eyes shining with tears of joy and remembrance, they knew that the story of the Crystal Cave was more than just a tale of magic and adventure. It was the story of their lives, the story of the unbreakable bond that held them together across the generations. And as the fire burned low and the night grew old, they knew that the legacy of the Crystal Cave would endure, just as it had endured through the centuries. They knew that as long as they held fast to the lessons of the cave, as long as they trusted in themselves, in each other, and in the power of love and family, there was nothing they couldn't accomplish, no challenge they couldn't overcome. "And so," said young Lily, her voice filled with hope and promise, "we carry the magic of the crystal cave with us, wherever we go. We carry it in our hearts, in our minds, in the amulets that glow against our skin. And we know that as long as we hold fast to that magic, as long as we remember the incredible journey that brought us all together, we will never be alone." As the family nodded, their faces glowing with the soft, steady light of the amulets, they knew that Lily was right. They knew that the magic of the crystal cave was more than just a memory, it was a living, breathing part of who they were, a testament to the incredible power of love and family. And as they looked to the future, to the generations yet to come, they knew that the legacy of the crystal cave would endure, a shining beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard its story. For the magic of the cave was the magic of the human spirit, the unbreakable bond that connects us all, across the miles and across the years. And so, the Johnson family gathered close, their amulets glowing in the darkness, their hearts filled with the incredible love and wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. And they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, no matter what adventures awaited them in the years to come, they would face them together, as a family, guided by the enduring magic of the crystal cave. For the true power of the cave, the true magic that had brought them all together, was the love and strength they shared, the unbreakable bond that would guide them through all the days of their lives. And as long as they held fast to that bond, as long as they remembered the incredible journey that had made them who they were, they knew that anything was possible, that there was no dream too big, no adventure too grand. And so, the story of the crystal cave lived on, a shining testament to the power of family, the strength of love, and the enduring magic of the human heart. And though the cave itself might be lost to time and memory, its legacy would endure, a guiding light for generations yet to come, a reminder of the incredible adventure that awaits us all, if only we have the courage to embrace it.